What's happening, Dune 591? How you doing today? It's an unscheduled, early, unannounced Saturday live stream. Basically, I'm just picking up where I left off yesterday. We got our board installed. So what I should have done on stream yesterday was to, let's see, cut this off here, a little too much. What I should have done yesterday was went into Onshape and just created my own little mount here. I did leave a link in the video description below if anybody needs a Big Tree Tech Manta E3 EZ board mount. You should be able to find it down in the description. It should link you right over to printables, and you can 3D print this mount. I 3D printed it in PLA stone, Hatchbox PLA stone, because that's pretty much what I had on my Trident at the moment. I just hurried up and sent it on over and printed it out. It worked the first time. I will say this, you can probably also find it in Onshape if you search, more than likely, the Big Tree Tech Manta E3 EZ board. And if you want to do any rework of it or anything like that, it's there for the public to view, and any corrections or anything like that, or make changes to it. All these screw holes, they lined up really good. This one right here was just a little off. You're doing good. It's just hot. 28°C. I hear you. It's gonna be real humid and muggy today. I'm hoping the sun will pop out and maybe dry the grass out from all the rain. I got to get out here and mow the yard at some point in time today. But yeah, this screw hole right here was just a little off, but it did mount up just fine, and it's in there solid. So I think we're ready to pick up where we left off, and pretty much what I'm thinking is I'm just gonna go ahead and slide these stepper drivers in here. And I probably need to take a look at the manual for this board and make sure there's not any jumpers that I need to place anywhere. I thought about going ahead and maybe getting it making sure it's plugging it into the PC and making sure it's going to operate just fine. I don't know if this thing's anything like the Octopus Pro board, where I was able to set a jumper and actually connect to the PC without having the power coming from the power supply unit. And I was actually able to kind of tweak and mess around with the board a little bit on my computer, outside of it being hooked up to the PC. I mean the power supply. But yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm also going to go in and we're going to like change the wiring around just a little bit. Get all this stuff wired up. Get our power supply wired up. Check it, make sure it's outputting the proper voltage that I need, which I'm pretty sure it is. We do. Jack Black was asking me about the pot here yesterday, if it was easily accessible. So it's real easy to get to it. And probably start getting some of this stuff wired up. And yeah, this is pretty much it. Gonna have to run our motor wires in here, our Y endstop. I do have all that stuff. I think I'm gonna reuse. The endstop off the ender switch wire, or the wires. Let's see. I may be able to reuse some of the wiring that actually came off the old Ender printer real easily and get those run down in there. So we have our, I don't know how, if I don't like the lengths of them, I'm probably going to change it around. So there's our Z motor, and we have our Y stepper motor. That's ridiculously long, or as close as this board is. So I'll probably wind up shortening some of these wires. And there's our Y end stop. That looks like that's really long there. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm after, and this is the X motor, and that thing is plenty long enough to get from wherever I need to get it to. So yeah, I'll probably be shortening wires, crimping and cutting, and we'll get this thing wired up. I need to I downloaded the user manual for this board and started looking at some of the pin mapping and all that stuff, trying to just get an idea of what all these connectors and things like that, where they go for my fans, my probe, and other things of that nature. But yeah, so we'll go ahead and stick these. I think these are the stepper drivers right here that just slide right into this thing. I think that's pretty neat. One thing I did notice is these little easy stepper drivers. They came with a little piece where I guess if you was wanting to use them on one of a little bit different board, you got the little connector right there to come along with it. So that's pretty neat. And I think these things right here, they just plug in one way. These are the EZ2209s. They got a nice little aluminum heat sink already built into them. And I think, kind of like your computer, they can only plug in, like your RAM in your computer, they can only plug in one way. We'll test that theory out for sure. And I'm already probably trying to plug them in backwards. Probably should have done this. There it goes. Yep. Hopefully they only plug in one way. So it's really hot where you at, dude. I don't know if I've asked you before, but where are you from exactly? Are you I think you did tell me. I think you're in Australia, maybe? Is that where you said you was from? Like where Teza, around about that area? I'm gonna get these stepper drivers plugged in here. And I see that they got a little jumper at the back side here. That may be something that I need to remove or keep in place. Not really sure. Yeah, yesterday's stream, I don't know if you stuck around through it, but it was a little embarrassing for me, which, you know, FreeCAD can be a little finicky sometimes. Whenever it comes to trying to design and manipulate parts and things like that. One thing that I did like about FreeCAD was you were able to manipulate STL files. See, I was trying to put that in the wrong way. Trying to tear it up already. Yes, so they're only gonna go in one way. Didn't catch myself there. Yeah. Very nice. Oh, London. Okay. I don't know why I thought you was Australia. Sorry about that. Guess I didn't ask you where you was from. Alright, so maybe these are spun around the other way. There's really not any good indicator. Or my eyes are just that terrible. Just kind of trying to feel these things out and see. Yeah. I was going right. Don't really want to force anything and tear it up. It's brand new stuff. That wouldn't be good. I can see the pins are lining up. Don't act like it wants to go that way though. Huh. I guess because it's brand new, it's just trying me out here. Everything's really tight. Looks like it's just me and you today, dude. It started to go that one way, but it's acting like it don't want to go either way. I'll wind up tearing something up more than likely. It has to go that way. Yeah. It's weird. Very, very weird. Okay. There we go. So now we got our stepper drivers installed. This board has a total of 5. The old board, the one that I took out, it only has 4 stepper drivers, a little bit smaller, and that was the issue that we run into yesterday with the controller mount. It would have, I don't know if you caught that yesterday, Doom, but it would have worked perfect for this old board that I had, or the Creality board, but I needed it spaced like this, just a little bit for the new board, because we got all these capacitors and things right here, and the mounting holes, just had to slide them out a little bit. But we're all fixed up now. We'll try to share that stuff with everybody. If anybody needs it, hopefully they come across it and can grab it right up. Okay, so now we got our stepper drivers, and I just want to take a look at the manual real quick for this board right here in particular. I downloaded it yesterday, and just make sure there's not anything that I might need to change inside of it. Let's see, I gotta pull it up here. I downloaded it yesterday. I think I put it in my documents. Pretty sure. Yep, right here it is. Tech Manta Easy version 1.0 user manual. Having a quick look through the manual here. Come with a really, really nice wiring diagram. Alright, so the connection description, let me share my screen here. So right here in the connection description, we got a USB power supply. So we need to select the motor supply voltage. basically, product profile, feature highlights, specifications, dimensions, and the peripheral port, connector diagram, pinout diagram, and connection description. So I was right here, USB power supply, motor voltage selection. Let's have a look at this peripheral port. This is the MCU firmware can be upgraded via SD card or use DFU via clippers make flash command. And I'm pretty sure that's exactly what I'm going to do. Connectors are adopted between motherboard and core board, allowing choice of other core board solutions in addition to CM4. We're going to be using the CV1, which you guys saw me, some of y'all saw me put that in there yesterday. Says the temperature sensor interface adopts high precision pull-up resistor. Connecting acceleration sensor to enable clippers input shaping. So it actually has an SPI interface for that. Very nice. The motor supply supports up to 56 volts and for larger voltage when using the EZ5160. Wow. That's a lot of voltage. The logic voltage is 3.3 volts, and I think that's kind of what I'm looking at. I don't know if I'm ready to connect it up to the PC. I may just go ahead and wire it all up. After Victory Tech Manta E3EZ has been powered, red light 3.3 lighting up, indicating is on. Using only USB to power the board. So yeah, I can do that. Please insert the jumper cap onto the B bus. So that's what I'm kind of curious about. I want to make sure. I want to see where that is. And it looks like you got a little selector right. Oh, that's your light. It's telling me. So let's have a look real quick. And okay, so the jumper is not on. I see the B bus connector. So if I wanted to, I could go ahead and connect it up, but I'd have to wind up disconnecting one of my cameras here from the PC in the middle of the stream. I don't want to do that at the moment. Select motherboard supply voltage or select motor supply voltage. Let's see what, I've seen some jumpers on here. That's kind of what I want to look at. I think I'm just going to use motherboard supply voltage. I think that'll be fine. And it looks like that's what the jumpers are set to. So yeah. Those were things that I was a little curious about. But yeah, we're going to use the motherboard supply voltage. I think that'll be fine, and that's pretty much does support centralist homing. Okay, I've seen enough. Yeah, it's very nice. So let's go right here. I want to fix all this. This is not cool. And I actually use, David Vera showed me this on another stream. On the side of a Wago connector, you can get you a little measurement for the depth of wire you need to cut, which is, I think it's like 11 millimeters, but you can use the side of the connector. I don't don't know if it's going to show up on camera. See, there's little arrows right there. You measure that out, and that gives you the right length of wire. It's 11 millimeters exactly. And that's the proper amount of wire that you need to be able to connect right into your Wago connectors here. So, I'm going to grab my eyeballs. But yeah, that's what that is. And what I want to do is, let me take a step back here again, real quick. I'm going to refer back to my switch wire manual, just kind of using it as a rough guide. And yeah, we're right here in the power. Got our Wago connectors fixed up. Okay, so I think we can probably go ahead and pop our 60-20 fan in there if we wanted to. We'll go ahead and do that as well. We got our cable chains on. Yeah, we do need to get our display prepared, and then we're on to the wiring. And that's kind of what I want to look at right here at the moment. So this little connector is a little bit different than what I'm seeing in the switch wire manual. We're going to use, we use our brown color for our line and blue for neutral. That's kind of what I was just trying to follow the colors here to a certain extent. Yeah, baby. Alright, so brown our line. And these connectors right here that are plugged into this thing, they are like freaking, they're super tight on this thing right here. And we have some, pretty sure that this is 16 gauge. Yep, we're using 16 gauge silicone wire. And I need a, let me find my wire clippers. I do know they're in here because I used them on the Trident build. For the bigger gauge wire, where in the devil are they? They were in here. Oh yeah, right here they are. Very bottom of my box. There we go. Alright. And I just picked up some female disconnects. Grabbed these from the Lowe's. The local Lowe's here at the house. I was running a little short on them. I think they work just fine. Just kind of trying to see about how much wire I need to strip here. Just picking up where I left off yesterday, fellas. good connection. And we want to run, let's see, how much wire do I want here? Let's say we want to go from there. I'm just kind of, the thing I love about doing my own wiring is I get to make it as clean and as neat as I want it. So I'm going to cut this. Right there, just get me a nice little short length of wire. And we want to strip about 11 millimeters. So I'm going to use my little Wago connector right there. Strip me off about 11 millimeters, that would be perfect. And let's get this thing, let's see, pop it in right here. And it's got a good bite on it. And there that is. It's a real nice and neat short little wire running in there. And now, give us a length to go from here to right here. You're going to need a spade terminal. Go ahead and strip this baby right here. I like using that as a little measuring guide, the little Wago connector. That works really well for me. Good connection. Good connection. See, now we can, let's see, make it some nice little straight shot right here. And I think I'm going to bring it in. And I believe I'm going to put me a little, I think I got some leftover little pieces from the Trident build that would make a nice little place to secure the wires via zip tie. Let's see, oh yeah, quite a few of those left too. This is the great thing about the Linear wiring kit. So we got these cool little things right here, little anchor points, and I could probably just stick somewhere right here. I'll probably just be able to zip tie those wires to that right there like so. I think that'll work out really well. Go ahead and get that stuff on there. Give me a nice little anchor point for the wires. Stick that right on there like so. Let's bring this around and just kind of, this is the point of that protective piece right here that you had to 3D print for this little cutout. And we're going to say it's going to be anchored like that. And just giving myself a fair amount to play with. That looks good there. I'm going to give it a snip. Let's put us a spade terminal on this. So there, we're done with that wire. I had a bunch of silicone wire that was left over in here, so I'm happy that I'm able to get this wiring cleaned up on this printer. Something that's bothered me for a long time about it. there. Nice little smash. That's seated really good. We'll go ahead and wire that in. Let's see. I think KB3D actually sent me a nice little flathead screwdriver right here to use. Along with our little kit the other day. So let's loosen this up a little bit. We'll get all this stuff tightened up and secured down really good here in the future. Once we get done with all our wiring, we'll start doing some cable management. So there that is. Now we got our line coming in here. Really nice and pretty. Get our neutral. We're going to do away with this one too. These connectors right here are stuck. End up breaking something trying to pull them out. Sorry if my big head gets in the way. Just trying to see what's going on here. I don't think I've disconnected this one. It is really in there, guys. I don't think they meant for that to come out. Ferrule for the Wago, yes or not? So, I've heard different stories about the ferrules for the Wagos. They're not really, I've heard they wasn't designed for ferrules. That's holding really good just like that. I mean, I'm giving it a good little tug. If I wanted to, I could probably pick the printer up, pull on that wire without the ferrule connector. I think it's just, you know, go with what you like or no. I did see Steve Bilge use ferrules in his Wagos the other day. Some people were suggesting against it. He didn't have a problem with it. So, I mean, I guess it's one of those things where pick your poison. Me personally, it just seems like a little extra step. If it's going to handle it without the Wago. That wire is about to just stay there, guys. That's exactly what's fixing to happen with that one. I'm not going to tug on that forever. I hate to break something because I'm really having to put some force on it, and I don't want to tear something up right midstream. So I'm probably about to strip that, just put it in, and then we'll run our blue neutral to right here. It might be confusing. This is my printer, so it ain't going to nobody. I know what's put in it. Let's see, how much wire do I want? But yeah, I mean, that, like I said, I think that's just go with what you feel comfortable with, I suppose. Wire. Like I said, on the side of these Wagos, I mean, they got a nice little, you see that 11 and them two little arrows? That's a nice little measuring guide to get the proper amount of wire that needs to go inside of this Wago. So, and I learned that little trick from David Vera. kind of pointed that out to me in one of my streams one day. So you get plenty enough wire in there. And like I said, I think the connection's just fine. And I mean, this thing is just going to sit on my desk, and it's not really going to be printing any freaking crazy outlandish speeds, or it's going to be getting a ton of vibration or anything like that. So I don't think it'll ever come loose. I may have to do this outside this printer, because I ain't going to be able to get my fat hands in there and these wire strippers at the same time. Thing is really on there, guys. I mean, that is freaking nuts. Why would you do that? It's freaking crazy. I'm scared I'm gonna break it. Alright. This ain't gonna mess with it no more. Let's see if I can figure out how to get this strip. Drive me nuts. Just kind of trying to make sure I got enough. Yeah, that should be enough. Yeah, so I mean, you can see, I don't know if you can see that on camera there, dude, but I mean, I'm stripping, there's a lot of wire sticking out right there. And it's more than enough to just go right in this Wago, and it bottoms out. And just like that, and it's got a good connection. Like I said, I could pick up on the printer if I wanted to. Alright, let's go with blue. This is going to be my neutral. Kind of like having this little Wago. I could have just went straight from the mains to that, but I kind of like having this little Wago connector right here. Just makes disconnecting things a little bit easier. Yep, and that's seated really good. And just kind of bringing this around to here. Planning for the future wiring mess. Give me a length of wire, desired length. Yep. And I think that right there would be plenty. Spade terminals here. Alrighty. Bring this on around through here and let's get this hooked up. So before I even plug up this board, check this. Make sure everything is gonna be just fine. So there that is. So like I said, I can just zip tie that right to there. And as much trouble as I had trying to get that last one hooked up, I think I'm just going to bring this one on in just like so as well. And we're going to cut that about right there. It'll be fine. It's weird how they used, so in this, these are the stock Creality wires. And I find it odd how they use silicone for certain ones, and then like for your protective earth right here, they use something completely different. I guess it's PTFE, or not, or whatever they call it, FEP. Guesstimating the length here. I can't really. It's kind of hard for me to get these strippers in here good and clean. And I don't think these are for. Oh well, I might be able to get those in there a little bit easier. Those are. I do have 16 gauge on that. Thought they didn't go that big. Left-handed, but we'll try it out. Oh, that's so much better. Much better strippers. Much, much better. Alright, let's get our protective earth plugged in here. And you know, there was some talk yesterday about as far as like grounding the frame and stuff. And I'm probably going to do that as well. Alright, get a nice little green wire to go from here to our protective earth, or earth and ground, or whatever you want to call it. And what I was thinking about doing as far as like grounding this frame is, yeah, I mean that's in there. Maybe running another, I don't know if there's enough room in there to just run a wire around and ground it right here to this bolt or the screw. Let's see. That in right here, and I'm just going to give myself a fair amount to play with there. And there's our protective earth. And we need a terminal. There we go. So other than it being extremely hot in London today, everything else going well for you there, dude? Come on, get your butt up in there. There we go. Alright. So let's see. Let's pull some of this little extra back this way. That goes up in there really nice. I think that'll be alright. Looks really clean. And I think if I pull this, zip tie that may hold these wires in the place right there. Really nice. Yeah, it's all good. Awesome. Awesome. Let's get us grab me a zip tie here. I got some around here somewhere. That guys, what the devil did I do with the zip ties? I had them in here the other day. Just had them. Can't find nothing. I know where a bunch are. Alright, so the gremlins has been in here stealing my zip ties apparently. This fan right here. Go ahead and slide that in there while I'm looking at it. Got some nice little 60. This is a 60-20, and that's just gonna go right up in there. And this was the whole reason why I wanted to get this controller mounted where I have it. This thing, I've done test fitted it one time. It slides right in here perfect. Just like that. Yep. So there's our fan. And it's going to blow right across that, so I think that's going to be really good. Zip ties, what in the devil do I do with them? There we go. Trying to pull them wires a little tighter than what they are, that way maybe they'll lay in that little slot right there really neat. Hoping. There that is. That'll work. Now for the test. Let's see if we did it right. So here's another part that I'll be using from the stock Creality board is, or the printer is the cord here. Well, we got us a nice little green light. So it must have done something right. Didn't pop anything. Give that a little chance to bleed off. Let's see. Yeah, we can go ahead and check our voltage there. See what we got coming through. Oh boy. DC voltage. It's still got a little power on it. I can see the light on it. Alright, hopefully I don't burn myself up here. And that's positive and negative. So I'm going to the furthest ends of the spectrum here. So there's B plus, and I'm coming all the way over here for B minus. And we've got 24.2. What I'm reading, 24.2 volts. So I'd say that's pretty good. I mean, what's 0.2? A little hot. It'll be alright. So we're good, guys. We got us a power supply now. We'll let that bleed off a little bit. Go ahead and disconnect the power here. Wild how them capacitors, it ain't even hooked up anymore. Power it on like that. See if it'll pull it off. It ain't gonna bleed off too fast. Them capacitors is still holding power, and you can see it's not even plugged in anymore. I got the switch on, but it's still showing me we got power in there, and that's where these power supplies can be pretty dangerous for people. And it's still holding a little bit of juice. Those capacitors, that's what they do. They store energy. All right, so now we got that. We need to get power to our board, and I pretty much left it where we're using. We're not going to use power off a power supply. We're just going to use power off the board to power our stepper motors. So I didn't switch none of those jumpers. I could have done that. I need to figure out. Now we will be using our ferrule connectors now, or some people call them beans connectors, ferrule connectors. I don't know. I get them mixed up all the time. But yeah, I'm gonna go into these right here with my ferrule connector. We'll get some wires going over to that. Let's see. And I'm pretty sure that I laid some to the side, some 20 gauge wire, or no, here we go. We'll continue on with the the bigger wire. We got 16 gauge black and red here. Yep, we'll just continue on with the 16 gauge wire. Sending our 24 volts. Hey, there's Nuno. Hey Nuno, we got us a power supply. We got us a board mount. And I've linked this board mount right here. I've uploaded it to printables. If anybody wants it, all they got to do is follow the link in the description of this video, and they can get this board mount for this build right here in particular. I know it's an odd color, but it's what I had on the printer. I wasn't even sure if my design was going to work or not, so I just left what was in the printer, and it was PLA. Didn't feel like switching it out to make sure, and it worked perfect. So I just left it on there. So how you doing today, Nuno? How is Portugal treating you today? So now we're ready to get us some power on over to our board. So we're going to power this board up. So we're going to need some more spade connectors or fork terminals or whatever you want to call them. Just get a couple of these out. I'm wondering if I should just run the motor power straight from the power supply and not through the board. Seeing as how I got the wire to do it, I can't remember how I had it done as far as some prusometers. Hey, that's cool, man. Very hot. You're currently in your pool. I hear you, man. A swimming pool. I was telling Dune 591 that I'm hoping that the sun will stay shining today, so I can get out here and maybe to dry my grass out, and I can get out here and mow the yard. I'm gonna have to do that. It's rained all week here in North Carolina, and I missed my opportunity to get to the grass before the weather set in on us, and it was a big mistake on my part. So I have got to get out there and get after it. So now we're after a voltage, and this stuff's so small. So 20. It outputs 14.6 amps. I'm just kind of looking at that. Alright. So here's our positive. I'm going to bring this on straight out here. We almost got us a working printer here, Nuno. Let's go ahead and get us a negative. Let's see. Better do it before it gets too hot and you melt in the sun. So I work outside all day. It doesn't bother me, the hot sun. I'm used to it. Sometimes it feels like you're gonna melt. But definitely, if I don't have to get out in the sun, I don't like to, because I spend the bigger part of my days out in the hot sun. So, yeah. Alright. Give that old tug test, and let's see. I'm going to make sure I put this on the correct one. We got the V minus right here. Come on, baby. There we go. And there's our board power. Just let those come on through this channel right here too as well. And they're going to come around and come up in here. I'm going to have to refer to my manual because I can't remember. I'm thinking that these two right here are my actual my board power, my DC in. But let's see, wait a minute, I printed off the wiring diagram yesterday. Prusa meter just downloaded and liked. It's looking very good to build. Yeah, it is, and it's coming along, man. We get this, let's see, we get it wired up. I mean, that's it, it's ready to go. So, okay, so I was looking at the wrong one. This one right here, this is your heater bed. And this is my DC in. And actually, it does have, okay, yep, it's silk screen labeled. Yep. It looks like this little fuse right here is about, it's got a little fuse inside of it. It's about popped out on me here. It ain't pushed all, it ain't seated all the way. It don't look like. There's a couple of them that's like it. This one right here. These are interesting little fuses. Yeah, there we go. Not really, don't seat in there too very. I don't like those little fuses. I've never seen those before like that. I guess they're seated in there pretty good. Huh. Should have used more accent parts. You think so? Think it needed. Me and my wife was looking at it the other day, and we both was kind of like, we kind of liked it. It was like wasn't too much. And that's just, you know, our opinions. You know, everybody's different. Let's see. This right here is, that's my positive right there. And here's my negative. And I'll double check all that too. Got some Prusa meters, awesome. I don't know what that does for me, but hey, I appreciate it, guys. Alright, so that's a fair amount of wire right there, I would say. Glad you're in here with me today, Nuno. Chilling in the pool on a hot summer day. That's awesome. I'm starting to wonder if I should just go straight motor power too. Bring my motor power in from the power supply and switch the jumpers around. Don't know. Decisions. Alright, so what did I do with my, you can trade Prusa meter spools and other things. Okay. Looks very good as is, but for you like a little more color. I hear you. Oh, that's cool. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Got some nice little tools right here to use, and some little connectors. I ain't even opened those up, but I think I have some left over from to try that build as well. They're right here. We'll use those up. I may need a bigger one for this. Get us some, yeah. Get us a couple of these little ferrules here. might be too small for this gauge of wire. Might need a little bit bigger size. I'm using 16, bringing the power over to it. We're making sure this board's gonna eat. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wrong bin there. Guys, give me 1 second. The wife's stepping out to go pick up her son. I'm gonna say bye to her. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that, guys. Our son is doing his driving instruction today, and the wife had to go pick him up. I'm about to have us a new driver on the roads here. He's got let's see, this Friday coming up, he finishes his driving instruction and he can go get his learner's permit. 350 Prussimeter equals PLA, Prusament 1 kilogram, or PETG or ASA Prusament 850 grams. Oh, okay. I've never 3D printed anything with Prusament, so I know some people like it. I bought some different filaments here recently, and this little part that I needed for this board, I actually printed that in Hatchbox PLA. Let's see, there's 16 gauge right there. I wonder if these are going to fit up in this little opening here. But yeah, I haven't never printed anything with Hatchbox. I know a lot of people really like it, so I wanted to try it out. I also bought some Polymaker ASA. I can't see the hole, so I wanted to try some ASA out in our new Trident that we just built. Oh yeah, that'll fit up in there just fine. Awesome. Just wanted to make sure that was going to go. Yeah. Let's see here. I think you kind of want the wire up in the ferrule mount there. So I'm just kind of using the ferrule as a guide. I'll give her a little strip and a crimp. You think PLA will be good? That was. It's not going to be. I still don't know if I'm going to do the heated chamber. I'm going to. That was Nuno. That was just what I had on my Trident at the moment, and sliced the print, sent it over just to see if it would print really good. Printed it out, tested it out to see if it worked with my board, and it did. So I just stuck it on there. I'll probably switch that out later, and that's assuming that if I could strip that wire a little bit more, but that's assuming that if I decide to fully enclose this printer, you know that I may wind up doing that in the future anyway, because accidentally a full enclosure kit panel kit was sent to me. So we do have the panels in here to fully enclose it. I just really I wasn't planning on fully enclosing the printer, and the reason being is that when it comes to printing, I noticed on this Trident, and it being an enclosure, printing PLA in it, it's definitely reacting a little different at being a fully enclosed printer. So I'm kind of on the fence about, having an enclosure. Both my printers fully enclosed. Alright, that's crimped really good. So we got some nice little ferrule, and I want to make sure that I'm getting this in the right spot. But yeah, I kind of would like to have the open air, this printer right here, as an open air bed slinger, for all my PLAs and TPUs and things of that nature. So there that is. So we got power going to the board. And something isn't right. I missed something somewhere. I can't see what I'm doing here. Might have to flip this printer around. That way I can see what I'm doing before I do something stupid. I need a very good chamber fan to print PLA enclosed. Yeah, that's what I'm running into. I'm noticing, like with this Hatchbox PLA, that whenever I print it, and I leave the doors wide open whenever I print PLA. But I'm noticing that, like for overhangs and things like that, even some of the smallest overhangs, it's trying to, it's curling up on me real easy. So I don't think it's getting adequate cooling. PLA, it needs to be cooled like really quick. So I'm gonna flip this thing around so I can see what I'm doing a little better. And I'm still a little new to all this stuff, so there we go. Now I can see it right. It looks weird to me now. I got it spun all the way around here. Let's see what's happening in here. So DC in, and there's the plus. So yeah, I'm kind of looking to. Oh, there we go. Now I know I got it down on there. I seen it go down on it. I thought I did. Oh, I see what's happening here. Yeah, I wouldn't have never seen that with it upside down like that. There we go. Yeah, like I said, I already noticed that was going to be a little bit of an issue. Printable snap latches for the enclosed. Stealth Burner hasn't got the best cooling as well for PLA at least. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll keep it we'll keep this one open air. That's what I'm thinking with it anyway. That was my thinking. And you know, David Beer has been trying to get me to 3D print those snap latches to the easy panel. And I think it was Richard at the first layer. He's like, hey, you need to 3D print those I guess those easy latch removers or whatever for that printer for the Trident. I pretty much got it built and jumped straight from it to this build right here in particular, because this one right here is one that I've been really wanting to do for a long time. If you guys seen it from the very beginning, how this printer looked and how it's going to look now when it's done, you'd probably understand why I've been wanting to go with this build. Let's see here. So these are like little ratcheting connectors right here, or a ferrule crimping tool. It's really nice and it works really good. There we go. We got board power now. Let's take a look at the NX Engineering panel clips. Better than snap latches, in your honest opinion. NX Engineering panel clips. Okay. We'll take a look at them. So at this point, I wonder if I should put the power back to it. Make sure the board's going to come on. Let's see, what did I do with this might be it right here. Oh, it's over here. So we got our Wi-Fi antenna with our CB1. I don't know if this stuff's anything like drones, but I know you don't want to power a video transmitter on without an antenna hooked up to it. Let's see here. I may just wind up sticking this thing outside the back. That way it's outside of in here. I don't know yet. I'm just going to stick it out the back for right now. Getting these little UFL antennas are a pain in the butt. Get these things plugged in. Especially if you're like me. You got big old freaking fingers. I like the MMCX connectors for antennas. Because these right here are a pain in the butt. You gonna send me the link? Awesome. Yeah, we'll have a look at them, Nuno. Like I said, whenever it comes to the Trident, there's a few things that I really need to work on with it too. I'm gonna have to go back and re-3D print some of the tap parts. I'm thinking about switching it over to an optical sensor, because I'm pretty sure you watched me build that printer, and I went with the untapped version, which doesn't have a sensor. It's using what's kind of like a almost like a limit switch style. These little UFL connectors are a pain in the butt, especially if you got bad eyes and big fingers. It just is not wanting to cooperate with me. Awesome. Thank you, Nuno. Yeah, I was telling Nuno, that yesterday I should have just went on whenever I realized I needed a part, and I actually have Build It Basement in here, and he's wanting to learn a little bit about CAD. I should have just went on over to Onshape and went into creating this little mount right here, because I had this thing whipped up in Onshape in no time. FreeCAD for me, and the reason why I made the switch was it was just a little, it wasn't very user friendly, and it did crash on me. I don't know if you caught it yesterday, but it did crash on me midstream. There we go. Finally got the antenna connected there. But I wouldn't recommend FreeCAD for anybody to use, especially somebody who's trying to learn. I mean, I guess it's nice if you're going to tinker and play around in CAD a little bit. It got me started. I have to figure out what I'm going to do with that. I'll probably leave it outside of the printer, and when I put the bottom panel on, maybe stick it underneath the bottom panel. I know the little antenna is working out really well for the Trident. So now decisions. Do I want to power the motors off the power supply? Or do I just want to use board power? I guess it'd be fine either way. I could try it with board power for right now, and then maybe go back later on and wire it for power off the power supply. So I think that's what I'll do. I'll just keep going. I'll just keep going like this. Yeah, Onshape, it's amazing. I mean, like I said, I was able to just jump right in there and whip that part up that I needed in no time. And had I done that yesterday, so here's going to be something that I overlooked. I got to may have to pull this board up out of the way. I might be able to get to it, but I'm going to have to get my motor. Let's see. My Y endstop and my Y motor. I'm going to have to get those underneath that board. So this is going to be really fun. So let me slide some things out of the way. Yeah, if I would say, like, for anybody who's looking to start out with CAD, mess around with it, I'd probably go after Onshape to start with. And it doesn't really take up any space on my computer, or it's not using too much of my computer power, because everything is kind of being uploaded, I guess you could say, to the Onshape cloud, or basically somebody else's computer. Yeah, that's going to pop right out underneath my my board right here. And I wonder, I know Creality does some weird things with their motors, and I switched out from the Creality motors to these U-Song Shine motors. I just wonder if maybe I should switch these connectors around. I'll have a look at them, check the polarities, see how it looks. Go ahead and plug this thing in. They plug right into place. Let's see where just had my meter out here a minute ago. Oh, right it is. So basically what I'm doing right here is I'm just going to check and see if my motor pairs are together, or coil pairs. Like I said, I know they should be right side by side. I'm pretty sure. And they're not. Or I just wasn't touching wasn't making the connection there. Need some better, little better probes right here for my Huh, that's weird. Might not use these at all. May wind up just using the wires that came with these motors. The bed must be very stable like that. I'm not sure. Oh, with the two linear rails. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it is. It's not. So before, I don't know if you remember, whenever I took that old one apart, that was one of the other things that I didn't like, where I didn't have the two linear rails put on it. I had the two linear rails put on it at one time, but I never could get it to not bind up on me. Alright, so let's see what we got going on here with these two. Like I said, I'll probably wind up just using the wires that come with these motors. There we go. Yeah, Creality does some weird stuff with their motors. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna use the wires that come with the motors. But yeah, I never could hook up both the linear rails on the old kit, or whatever you want to call that I had on here, because the bed just wouldn't travel smooth. Now it's just smooth as silk. I mean, that's so easy. It would bind like crazy. Yeah, that just rolls so easy, and I have 2 linear rails on it. I could be happy with that. I will use the Y endstop wire though that came with the Creality board, or the Creality printer. The Y endstop wire. And it is wired already for normally closed. So now I need to sneak these wires in somehow. This is going to be fun. Go ahead and create a little hook here. There we go. Took a little convincing to get that through there. I gotta see where it come out at over here. Where it wasn't supposed to, probably. Oh, I see ya. Very nice. So there's my Y motor. This wire run through here. The joys of custom 3D printer building. What do you think, guys? The joys of custom 3D printers. You never know what you're going to encounter. So, just going to let that kind of hang right there. Let's get this end stop put through here. That's got to go through this little slot back here in the back too. And I kind of see it. It's trying to make its way. There we go. And like I said, I'm probably going to wind up, I'm definitely going to shorten the motor wires that I just used, but I'm probably going to wind up shortening this end stop wire too as well. Kind of clean that up a little bit. Let's see here. This is what I love the most about this whole setup. Is look how clean that is. We ain't got wires all over the place. That is what drew me to this this whole little upgrade and everything. So now we got our end stop wire, and this is for a Y. And I'm probably gonna recrimp that, and wow, that camera looks crazy. Looks like I'm glowing or something. Wonder if I cut this off right here if that will. Did a little bit. Had too much light. Yeah, I think those are my part cooling fans. I have to look at and I think these are my end stops. So one of these right here is going to be my Y end stop. And I don't need all that wire. I don't want that much anyway. How do I want to bring this in is a good question. I'm probably just going to shorten it up to about maybe right there or something. But I'll need to have a look. I'll take a look at the, oh wait a minute. No, I got it right here in front of me. So I done a printout last night of the wiring diagram of this board. And I'll probably need to go ahead and, as I'm hooking things up, take a look at the pins and write that down and note it as I go. Because I got a feeling that I'm going to have to build my own custom little printer config file for this thing. I may be able to find something. Alright, so we're looking for the Y endstop. Oh, I'm all in the wrong place where I said it was. So just looking at this board. It's right up here. Or it's right here. Yep. Yeah, so right there is my Y endstop. My Y endstop is going to be on PB0. So right there. So I need to get it to right about there. I'm going to try to leave me enough wire to be able to strip and crimp and all that. I just don't need all this. I mean, I guess I could maybe bring it around, clean it up a little bit later on. I got all these wires to deal with. That plugs in real nice. Real nice and easy. Yeah, that's just more wiring what I won't have to deal with, that's for sure. Especially when I got the tools to be able to fix all that. So I think that's what I'm going to do. We'll shorten that jewel up. And this gets a JST. These are JST XH connectors. Pretty sure. Just kind of having a look. Yeah, that's what it is. All right. Well, that's the fan. Same thing. Same thing. And we get some of these little pins right here for it. Probably going to need a few of those. So we got that. Then I need my cutters. And we need our crimpers. And we need our strippers. Crimpers and strippers. Just kind of having a look again, just seeing how much wire I want sticking over this board. I like that. I can get that crimped and stripped. So cut that. I kind of want to save this little thing right here. That way I got a label on it. Be pretty neat to keep on there. That way it's labeled. So I'm gonna keep this little label and we'll stick it back on there. Works for me. And we'll get this thing stripped and crimped. Excuse me for 1 minute, guys. I'm spinning around this way. I gotta get comfortable with this. Good thing about having the correct tools to do the job, it makes short work of everything you're trying to do really fast. Something I've noticed. And what I do with the crimpers. There we go. That's a beautiful little crimp right there. Looking professional already, fellas. Looking like we're professionals. What I'm using for right here is the JST XH connectors, and using these iWis 3220s, which make for crimping a whole lot easier. Than the first time I tried crimping with iWis crimpers. Ones that were recommended. Bumped the wire a little bit and kind of frayed the wire some, so having these little things right here to be able to see with is making life a whole lot easier too. Yeah, that's a perfect little crimp. We'll go ahead and put our little Y endstop piece on here. And now we got our new crimp. And that plugs in just beautifully. There we go. Just like new. Shorter connection. And this one goes, I don't know if you guys can see that. Y endstop. Oh, that's too much. That one right there. Good morning, DBR. How's this project coming along? So we're wiring her up, DBR. I hit a wall yesterday midstream and didn't have a mount for my board, so I had to go into Onshape and create a mount for this board. But we got one built. I linked it in the description of this stream right here. That way if anybody is needing that board in particular, they can head over to printables and grab it and print it up. It's ready to go. So now we're just basically getting things wired up. So this is my Y motor, and I want to see where this thing goes. in here. And this board right here came with a whole bunch of connectors. I imagine, I guess it's the same. It just came with some black connectors. Let's see where our Y motor's going on this thing. Find my details here. So the Y motor is this third one right here. So I want to bring this around through here, just right over the top, and connect it like so. Maybe I want to bring it around. Decisions, guys. Bring it right over the top. That'd be fine for me. I think that'll be just fine. Yeah, the octopus version of that is a pretty nice board. So this right here seems like a really nice board, and I almost yesterday made the decision to take this board because this mount wasn't going to work with the Manta. This is the STL that came with the Ender switch wire conversion from the get, but it wasn't going to work with the Manta. If you look and you see the mounting holes right here on this board, it's designed for this SKR Mini. You probably use the E3 V3 or the V2 or the stock Creality Ender 3 board, but it wasn't going to work with this Manta board, this E3 EZ, because it's just, if you look, you see these capacitors right here, and then where you plug in your motors is all up through here too. So it was just a little bit longer, and your actual mounts, your screws are right there, so you couldn't mount it up. So I had to design this mount right here for it. It's kind of like a little custom deal. I had to go into CAD and whip it up real quick. So yeah, I think that's going to be a decent length. I might leave me a little bit to play with, but I think that's going to be good right there. Leave me enough to crimp. So let's cut this, and I'm just going to keep this wire close at hand, which, I mean, they're really all just running side by side, just like it shows. You got red, blue, green, and black. I can reverse motor direction in the configurator when we get to it. So let's strip this, and we'll build us a connector for this one. I like having the tools on hand to be able to fix my wires the lengths that I want them. That is it's a big deal for me. All right. I'm just curious. I think this board. Yeah. This board came with some connectors yesterday. Sent plenty of pins, and I almost think it's the same though as what I'm using right now. Sent us some nice little black pins and connectors and all that stuff. I'm just gonna have a look at it real quick. I'm a little curious. They sent you a bunch of JST, I think these are XH connectors, pins. Yeah, they're identical. So yeah, the board actually came with its own connector pins, and they sent all that in with this kit, or this board, which is pretty cool. So I guess if you was wanting to wire up like I'm doing, probably wouldn't have any issues. Yeah, DVR. We're just getting this jewel wired up. We went. I had to go in. I should have did it on stream yesterday. Went into on shape, but I had to do it off stream. Went into on shape and designed us a new part for this thing. Now we're able to move on. I've done wired up my mains here. We got our power supply wired up. I checked it. We do have this 24.2 volts coming out. It is working. Haven't powered on the board yet, but I'm almost certain I've got it in the correct place, so we'll see. Like I said, almost certain. See, you found this yesterday, pretty decently priced CAD program, and it comes with a commercial license. Might want to check it out. Plasticity. Okay. It comes with a commercial license. You get, so it costs you. Yeah, so I put that. That's a public document, so anybody can go into Onshape and view the CAD file that I created. They can make changes to it or download it, make different iterations of it, whatever. It's no big deal to me, but there is some things that I would like to design in CAD, and I would like to keep it private, just to protect my intellectual property, so to speak. My little drone that I designed that in Onshape. I don't know if that document is still public. I do know that I went in and deleted all the files after I finished the design and got it the way I wanted it, and kept the STL files, of course. Alright, so there that is. It might still be there. I already think a company's done kind of took my design anyway and run with it. There's a drone running around out there that looks awful similar to mine. It allows me to make a design and sell it if I want. That's cool. What's the cost on it though? Because like I'm not using CAD, and this was the whole reason why, like Onshape, these CAD programs, they're pretty expensive if you're paying for a license to use them, just like Onshape. I mean, I'm not using it enough to, as far as like business wise, and I'm definitely not making any money off of it, hardly at all, to be able to think that I need to pay for some type of a business license to use it. It's just there. I don't know. I've never played around in SolidWorks or Fusion 360 or anything like that. I hear that Onshape's a lot like, I think, Fusion 360. Oh no, might have jammed that one up in there just a little too far. I guess it'll be fine. We'll find out if the Y motor don't work. Right there's my problem. Kind of run that one up in there a little too deep. And let's see, what connector was it? Oh, sorry guys, I did it again. I want this Y connector. I'm gonna cut this and steal that. This little tag right here. Let's see, you got a free 30-day trial, so give it a shot. So far you've liked it. It's what, $99 a month or a year or what? We're going to put this nice pretty little thing right here on it. That way we're marking it. We know that's our Y motor. And I'm pretty sure that, let's see. Oh, it's nice and silkscreen labeled where I can see it. And there's where our Y motor goes. Until everything's fresh. Nice tight connections. Can't tell if it's getting seated in there good though. There it goes. I heard it go that time. There's that. We got our endstop and our Y motor. But you're not trying to advertise. No, it's alright. It's alright. I mean, I'm curious about different programs and things like that. Alright, so this is our cooling fan for, and I'm pretty sure all these are cooling fans. Just throw something out of that box. Let's see, let's have a look. Fan 0 will probably wind up being, that's going to be my hot end fan more than likely. Fan 1, I'll make that my part cooling fan. Fan 2, I'll make that this fan. Fan 2 is going to be this. It's going to be this wire, this little connector right here. And how do I want to get this over here to this? I don't want to bring it. Don't want wires all over the freaking place looking crazy. So. That right there might be the perfect amount of wire. I'll be able to zip tie all that together and clean all that up here in a little bit. So yeah, we'll just leave that done. We can just plug this fan right in. Yep, I can see it's labeled fan 2. Go ahead and plug that right in. So there's my fan. And yeah, that'll be enough wire. I can just kind of zip tie all that together here in a little bit. Alright, so there that is. Still going. Let's get us another motor wire out here. And I gotta remember what's what. So we need this motor. This is coming up behind the power supply right here. Oh wow, that's a problem. Heading to the lake. Catch you later. You gonna go fishing, DVR? You gonna catch us a big fish? That'd be a good day to go to the lake. Yeah, so I got my power supply in the way right here. I don't know if I can sneak that through. I might be able to. I might have to take some things out of the way to get this wire through here. I don't know if I'm ever going to get it. I don't know. Oh yeah. Yeah, boy. Snuck it on through there. Snuck him on through. Very nice. And I need to figure out which motor this is because I'm not really 100% sure. I'm wanting to say that the one on the left is the X motor, but I could be wrong. Hold on down in here a little bit more. Why is it acting like it's hanging up right now? It's being kind of weird. That's as far as it wants to go. That'll be fine, I think. Now we've got our, I'm just going to have to look at the plans here. See, I can zip tie that all together here in a bit. And bring this motor wire right to here somewhere. Connect it right in. So let me have a look and make sure that this is the, pretty sure that's the X motor, but I want to take a look and double check myself. Let's see here. Kind of going back and referencing the switch wire manual and looking to see which side the X motor is on. That way I make sure I get the right one. So yeah, it's looking like that's going to be the X. Yeah. Just double checking myself, fellas. Yep, that is the X motor. And thanks for stopping in there, DBR, and checking us out, hanging with us for a little bit. All right, so this is coming around. Let me look at my wiring diagram, see which one is the X motor. The X motor is the very front right here. Very nice. Here's another one of them pretty black. I think I know what fell out. It's a little screw. Look at these little connectors right here. Five pin, 4 pin right there. Alright. This is coming around. Like I said, we can zip tie all this stuff right here together real pretty like. And curl this on around. And we'll plug that in. just like so. It'll be fine. So there's my length of wire. Get rid of that. Don't need that no more. We'll get it stripped and crimped. So these motor wires are like super tiny. I noticed that. Imagine that's 24 gauge. That's good. Keep going. Super tiny. I just try to get a good twist on them so maybe I won't wind up with any crazy strands all over the place. Like those. I really don't like those wires that come with these motors. They seem kind of cheap, I guess you could say. Not very good. Not a very good insulation or coating on them. So I will say that about the U-Song Shine motors already. I don't like the wire. It doesn't look very promising. But we're getting good connections, so we're rolling with it. I might have this stuff reversed. Last connection. Connection. Robbing this let's X. We're gonna steal this little steal that little thing right there. Stick it on the wire. That way we're marking this motor. And for right now, I think I'm just going to try to stick them in the same orientation as each other. I may wind up needing to go back and have a look, because I might have something backwards here. I do have the poles together. Alright, so there that is. Well, I said I did. Actually done it all backwards. Oh well. We'll see. We'll correct it in the GUI, I guess, or the config. Printer.config. Just trying to make sure I got that fully seated. Ouch. Stuck one of those pins through my finger there. And yeah, that'll zip tie up really nice. Lester Tucker III in Texas visiting your son in the hospital, and he's resting now, so figured you'd drop in for a few. Well, man, I'm sorry about that, buddy. I hope your son's all right. I'll say a prayer for him. Wow. I appreciate you checking me out. Basically, we're just trying to get this thing, get it all wired up. So now we're after the Z motor. We got the X, the Y. We got our cooling fan for our board. We got our Y endstop. We'll get our Z motor wired up, and then onto this, and this is all the tool head wiring. So we're making cuts and crimps and getting things wired up. And we're probably going to have us a printer that's going to be powered on here before too long. I've got the mains wired up to the power supply unit, plugged it in, checked it out, everything's fine. We're getting a nice 24.2 volts. I mean, we could adjust it a little bit if we wanted to. That's fine. We got 24.2 volts going to the board. I couldn't make the decision if I wanted to run the motor power off the power supply or off the board. Right now the jumpers are set on this board, which is the way it came from the factory, as board power for the motor. So as of right now, that's how it's set up. Alright, so Z motor. And Z1 motor is that one right there. Last little slot. Let me spin this on around. And this wire run through here. So there's a ton of space, as you guys can see, under this printer for things if you wanted to add them to it. I mean, I got all this area right here for 5-volt power supply, Raspberry Pi if you wanted it. I mean, there's a ton of space under it. This just created all kind of space by doing this little mod right here. And I like the way that it tucks all the electronics away and hides them real nice and neat underneath the underside of the printer. That is super nice. Alright, so now we're coming around for the Z motor. How do I want to bring this around here? I'm trying to keep all the Trying to keep all the wiring real nice, neat, and tidy. See, I could probably go ahead and pull this stuff down out of the way. I just taped it up there so it wasn't dangling everywhere. Go ahead and get that mess out of my way. I just need to figure out how I want to bring this around. I could bring it around through here too as well. I got it all together. Awful lot going through that little channel right there. Or I could just bring it straight through. Straight through and across. I think that'll be just fine too. That ain't gonna bother me none. It's gonna be hidden. Might put me another little them little zip tie mounts like I have right here. Tuck it in the frame. Do all kinds of things with it here. Yep, that's what I'm gonna do. Just bring it in right there like so. Yeah. Tucks away real nice inside the frame like that. And we just bring it straight across the underside. There's nothing going to be hitting it or holding it, and I like that. So there we go. Let's get this one done. And I'm going to steal the little Z marker for this motor too as well. Alright. Might have cut that one a little long. A little longer than what I needed. Lively bunch today, fellas. Got a lively bunch in here. Looks like people kind of just keep popping in and out. Dune, you still hanging in there with me, buddy? Gonna make this thing go burr today, maybe. Maybe. Ton of stripping and crimping to do on this thing. Get it to where it needs to be. Still got all that to go. Everything's been labeled, so I know that these black and red silicone wires right here are for my hot end. and everything else is labeled. And it is warming up in here just a little bit. I might have to cut on the ceiling fan. I don't know if that's going to affect the microphone at all. I got it a little bit closer to the ceiling right now. We'll try it out. Yep, that wasn't worth crap. Didn't catch the insulation on the wire. Missed it. Was able to pull the connector right off. Hope I got it that time. Yep. There we go. Baby. Alright, so there that is. Let's get us another one of these connectors. This is a little 4-pin. Z motor tag right here. I'm gonna stick that on here. That is. Kind of going in order of the motors here, just like I took them off, or just like they are on the end connections there. I think all the motor poles are pretty much, or what it's called. Yeah, the motor poles. They're correct. There that is. And this is my Z motor. And we're going to take this wire. And it's going to be tucked away up in here like so. And just come straight across. Get this thing plugged in. Trying to make sure everything's fully seated, and it is, so that's good. Alright, so now we got our motors wired up, and we're on to the tool head. So I guess we can go ahead and cut this zip tie that I got right here holding this thing. Let these things just kind of fall. and they've all been labeled with heat shrink. It actually has a telling me or delineating what they are. Done this one a little different than I did the Trident. It's about the same. So this is all my wires coming from the tool head. I know that these two wires right here, those are my hot end wires, and the rest got nice little heat shrink labels. I don't think any of them come off. No. So we're good. I ought to be able to get all that stuff done. Let's go ahead. We want our hot end wired up here. I think, let's see, how do I want to bring this thing around? Not exactly sure. Could bring it under the board. We're going to put it right there. That's HE0. I'm not sure how I want to bring this around. I really don't want to bring it around the back side. I guess I could just bring it across the top. We're going to use ferrule connectors for this. I'm just trying to decide on how I want to bring this thing through. I may just bring it around through the top. Yep, put me a little zip tie, one of those zip tie connectors right here. Bring this around. Yeah. Yep, that's exactly how I'm going to do it. So, let me find those. I got these little zip tie connector things right here that come with the linear wiring kit for the Trident whenever I built it, and I had some left over. Didn't use them, so we're going to put them to good use now. Used some of them, but not all of them. Didn't need them all. But we'll stick this thing right here. Looks like a good spot for it. Let me pull this wire up out of the way. I like that. And then that gives me a nice little mount for my Z motor wire that's coming up through here. We can go ahead and zip tie that down. Way it's not moving around. That's going to hold that right there really good for me. And now we'll bring our hot end wires straight up through here. Put a little zip tie right there. And I'm going to be zip tying all these things together to hold them. I think that'd be good. I think that'd be just fine. trying to keep things as neat and as tidy as I possibly can. That works for me. It may not for some, but it does for me. It makes me happy. And bring this on up around through here. And then all these wires right here can wind up, they can be zip tied together. Yeah, and that gives me plenty to get my hot end in there. Yep. Let's see. Have a look here real quick. Yep. All right. Yeah, that'll work. Let me grab another zip tie. Because I don't think, let's see, the rest of this stuff right here, I don't believe anything else might come up through there. We're going to have to wind up getting our heater bed and all that stuff. Have to get our bed put on and get the wiring for it. And that is going to come in, that'll be coming in through this little spot back here, so and that's going to be just a heater bed wire and thermistor and all that fun stuff. Let's see. Yeah, we'll put us a zip tie right there. Cleans all that up really nice for us. And back to our ferrule connectors, and I had a couple out. And this is 20 gauge wire. Let me set these off to the side here. Everybody's not real chatty today. Alright, so we got our ferrule connectors, and now I think this black wire right here is going to be plenty long enough, so we'll go ahead and get that stripped and get our ferrule put on here. Whatever I deal with my wire strippers here. This is 20 gauge wire for the hot end. Might be too small of a ferrule for it. Might need to get one a little bit bigger. I don't know, that looks right. Strip a little bit more. Ain't quite got enough stripped off here. Trying to get plenty up in that little ferrule connector there. till I see it almost right there at the very end of it. Yeah, that's good. Get a grip down here. It's a great little crimper set. Let's go ahead and get that connected in. Oh yeah, got us a good little connection there. Now we want power. And that'll be fine, just like that. Clip this a little bit off. Strip it, crib it. So these ferrule connectors are really, really nice. I like this. Yeah. There we go. That looks really good. Really nice and clean. I might wind up putting me another one of those little things that I got in this little kit right here. Yeah, I got 2 left. Might need to use those wisely. Let's see, I'm gonna leave that be for right now. Everybody fall asleep on me? Alright, so what am I after now? Let's get our let's go ahead and get our extruder motor wired up. This is a fun mess. Alright, so just kind of hunting down the wires for the extruder. Okay, so I think one of my labels come off for the extruder, but I'm almost certain that these 2 right here are 2 that I'm after. Nope, not that one. That's the endstop. It's this one. Yeah, because there's no label on that one. And here's the other 2 that I'm after. And I could check these real easily to make sure that these are the two that I am after. They're not labeled. They were. The label came off on me. Those two are the two that I'm after. And we'll find my meter real quick. We'll put it in continuity mode and we'll check it and find out. We lost everybody. We lost everyone. Let's see, where's the extruder motor. Alright, extruder motor. Is right here. Yep. Alright, so bring this wire coming up, around, it's going to go right there. Let's see, I may wind up putting me another one of those little crimp things or wire holder things right there. Yeah, that'll be enough. So I'm going to go ahead and cut and crimp these two. These are my motors, extruder motor wires. Get out of the way. Connector pins. And get my crimpers. JSP connector. The 4-pin. Two. We're going to make these the same length. Roughly. Alright, last but not least, for the extruder motor wire connection. Last crimp for the extruder motor. This thing plugged in. There that is. Extruder motor goes right there. There we go. Got it set down in there. See that? Put one of those little connectors right there, or a little wire loom holders, and that'd be really neat. Got to put the little thing on there, it'd be alright. A few more wires to go. Then we're probably gonna have to put our bed on and run the wires around for it. Get the bed mounted. Let's see. What's this? This is our X endstop. Just referring to my wiring diagram. X endstop. All right. So that right there, it's right below my Y endstop. Yep, X is right below my Y. So, and I'm only going to have one wire for my X because it's already grounded up on the power supply. The power control board or whatever. So I need to figure out what pin I'm putting it on. And that's what I'm looking at. So we got ground and PC4. And we're looking for PC4. And it's going to be, kind of looking at it, make sure I'm looking at it right. Yep. It's going to be the bottom pin. Alright, so let's bring this on up, around, down, and it's going right to there. We'll cut that and just double checking my labeling here, and that does say XE, which means X endstop. So there's my X endstop wire. Cut that. Used up all those. We'll need some more of these little crimps here, or connector ends, or whatever you want to call them. All right, a little 2-pin connector. Kind of looking at how that goes in there, and I know that the bottom pin is going to be PB4. That's the one I want for the signal. Like I said, it doesn't get a ground because it's actually going to be grounded at the top of the control board, the controller board. Just double checking. Yeah, X stop is PC4. And it is going to be that lower pin. Alright. So there's my X endstop. Plugs in real nice. And like I said, we'll do some wire management once I get it all hooked up. And what do we got here? This is 5 volts. So I'll be looking for 5 volts off this board. I don't really have anything wired up top for 5 volts, but let's say later on I'm looking for, so I'm just going to hunt me down a little 5-volt pin, and I'm going to wire it into it. And it looks like, I think I can get one off the RGB LED Yep. I didn't run any wires for LEDs because I don't have any on it. And seeing as how it's probably just me and somebody else, more than likely my wife, I'm going to take a break for a moment. Be right back. Let's see, which one is this? Alright, so turned on the ceiling fan in here. Let me know if that's going to be a little too noisy. It's closer to the microphone than, or the microphone's closer to the ceiling fan than what it has been in the past. So basically, you can pick up where I left off. I'm looking for a 5-volt pin header, and I'm just going to go ahead and run it up here to where the RGB LEDs are. And we got 3 little pins. And just making sure I get it on the correct one. Looking at my little wiring diagram right here, it's probably not going to show up too well on screen. Downloaded it and printed it off last night. Let's see here. Well, I need to add a little bit of light on this real quick. Let's see. The RGB LED is actually right above our Z, or right next to our Z endstop. And the 5-volt leg is going to be right there. That should be the RGB LED pin. Yep, that's it. So we're right here. That's the Z endstop. I'm just double checking and triple checking. That should be it. That's our, this little leg right here is our RGB LED pin. Let me try to fix this camera angle a little bit here. Gotta get you guys in a little bit, just a little bit closer. Adjusting to do on this little camera mount here. Dial this in and give you guys a better view of what's happening. Maybe that'll help. I don't know. Maybe. So basically, I'm after, let's see if that's showing up right there. That top pin right there. This is all the 3-pin connector for our RGB LED wire, and that should be 5 volts right there. And that's what I'm looking for, is a 5-volt pin header. I don't really need it at the moment at the top of the control board, because I don't have any LEDs, but if I want it in the future, it'll be pre-wired and ready to go. So we're right there, and that's good for me. Go ahead and click this off. See, I may just go ahead and slide this up. Let's slide this on up here. Since I got the heat shrink on it and it's labeled, slide that heat shrink up. That way it will be labeled. And yeah, that's just fine. We'll cut that off right there. And just double checking, yep, 5 volts. Double checking it, and we needed some more of those those connectors for our JSTs. And we need a little 3-pin header. And there's this one right there. Get this stripped and crimped. Go ahead and cut my little pin header off here. The wife says I've been going for a while, and I have. A lot of wiring to do. We get all this tool head stuff wired up, and then I'm gonna have to jump over to putting the bed on, getting wires run around it. I may wind up having to do a little bit of soldering. We'll see where I wind up on that one. Because I'm going to desolder the original wires for the Creality. Let's see, at the very top. So that should be the 5 volts, and that's going right there. And like I said, we'll take some zip ties and we'll clean all this stuff up here in a little bit. It'll be really nice and pretty. Real pretty. Alright, now what do we got here? This is my probe. So we're looking for a place to wire up our probe signal. We already have power to it. Run to the top. We have it grounded. And we just need to figure out what pin we're going to put our probe on. We've got the Omron probe, or proximity sensor. And I probably ought to refer to the manual real quick, just to see what it shows. We'll have a look at the Big Tree Tech manual for the Manta, just to see where it suggests me to put this Omron probe. It may not show me anything. Have a look at it real quick. Let's see. Tech user manual. That's what I'm after. So it shows BL Touch wiring, RGB wiring, and yes, I see that I've got the 5 volts in the right place. Filament sensor wiring, LCD, GPIO pins. Not really seeing anything for the Omron probe. I imagine I probably could just stick the signal pin maybe on one of the pins that's for the BL Touch. And whenever I program the board, I'll use it for that. In the printer.config, maybe. Let's see. Where's our? Trying to figure out. Let's see. Servos probe PA6 That's what we're going to put it on. We're going to put it on PA6. I'm going to try it out. I don't know how well it's going to work. We'll see. We'll see. And I'm looking for PA6. So that's going to be right above our thermistor ports there. Alright, I see. Yep, so that one right there. Right there, that's PA6, according to the wiring diagram. Yep, PA6 is right there. And that shows like a 5-pin connector. So we'll get that wired up wherever that went. Yep. And we'll just bring this on up and around too, just like I've done these. It's gonna tie in all right there, and we're shooting for this little slot right here. Cut, strip, and crimp. Cut, strip, and crimp. Alright, and we're looking for a little 5-pin connector. I think we got this one right here. Yep. And how's this thing plugging in? That way I get it on the correct, just like so. So PA6 is right here, this connector, and this is just going to go right there. And there we go. So there's our signal for our probe. Get these wires coming through here. Yeah, that's going to clean up really good. Zip tie all that down. Looks good. Alright, we got about 5 more to go here from the tool head. Alright, so this is a analog ground for thermistors. So we need that one. And we're going to be looking for TO. That's the heater fan. I want that one. And that's my ground. That's going to go to the power supply. And there's TO. So here we go. And just need to take a look to see where the thermistor. So it's going to be that middle, I don't know what it's showing up on camera, but it's going to be this middle one right here, right up above our EXP. So let's get a length of wire that we may think we need here. Yep, and that's going to come on around down here to the middle. That looks good there. I'm going to slide these slide this heat shrink on up here. That way everything's labeled real pretty for me. Work. We'll go ahead and clip and crimp. Analog ground and TO. And this should be our analog ground. Yep, right there. Alright, I need a 2-pin, 2-pin connector. I need to make sure I get these in the correct place. Ground is going to be the bottom row. Gotcha. Alright. And this plugs in. Yep. So, the thermistor, T0, going in there. Ground on the bottom. We'll slide our little labels down here. We'll go ahead and plug that in. Making sure, yep. There's our thermistor for our hot end. wiring here. Trying to keep everything nice and pretty. Nuno, it's just me and you, buddy. I think me, you, and maybe the wife. I'm afraid it's just me and you. All right, so here's my park fan, and we got our ground. We can bring this up, and this is actually going to the power supply. We almost got everything wired up, less a bed. So we're gonna bring this up here. Yeah, and I'm just going. Let's see. I'm gonna bring it in. Yeah, I'll bring it in right there. That's fine for me. Yeah, this goes to the power supply. Grab your CF carbon fiber X gantry for the Trident arrived today. Awesome. That's freaking cool. Let me slide this up here. Slide my heat shrink up, my labeling. And let's just readjust. I'm glad you came back. I was starting to feel real lonely in here. Alright. Cut this. And strip it and crimp it. I don't know if these this 24 gauge wire, I don't know if these little spade connectors are going to work too well for this ground right here. I may wind up using a Dean connector. Maybe you utilize it like that. Because I don't think the spade terminals is gonna be really what I want right there. I don't believe I'll get it seated good or crimped good enough. It's awful big. I'm gonna go with the Dean connector. Summer isn't the best time for streams. A lot of people are enjoying the weather and vacation. So yeah, that's what I told my wife. I took a little break a while ago, which I'm sure nobody noticed because, like I said, I think it was just me and her that was in here. But anyway, I took a quick little break, and I said, as pretty as it is outside, I don't expect anybody to probably be in here with me right now. So I'm going to just strip a little bit more wire off of this and put me a Dean connector on the end of it. It's alright though, I'm just sharing, trying to share my process. I'm trying to remember to just kind of speak out loud about what I'm doing and where I'm putting things in line. That way, if somebody comes across this video in the future, which I don't know how long anybody really want to sit through a 5-hour long stream, try to find what they're looking for when it comes to wiring these things up. I don't know. If it helps somebody in the future, that's fine. I'm good with it. I don't know how well this is going to work for this little bitty 24 gauge wire. That's fine. Alright, so we'll bring this up. We're going to put it in our power supply ground here. Yeah, I imagine summertime probably isn't the best time for live streaming. So there that is. So there's my ground. Onto my power supply. The tool head. Got 2 more wires from the tool head, and this is our park fan. So park cooling fan. It's probably going to be fan 1, and the heater fan is going to be fan 0. Let me find those real quick. they're directly behind the motor power. And we already have our fan. Okay, yep. Yep. Alright, so get two more these little 2-pin connectors out. You'll be here to hopefully see any magic smoke. I hope not. I mean, as quick as I've been blasting through this thing, it's a strong possibility. Because I really, as far as the power supply goes, let's see, which fan is this? That's the part cooling fan. I want the heater fan to be on, let's see, bring this up, around, right there. Let's hope there's no magic smoke. Got wires everywhere in here. We're almost there though, Nuno. I got these two fan cooling wires right here to hook up. And then, well no, I still got to put my display on the front right here. Still got to get the bed. There's a lot. I mean, there's still a lot to do. But we'll have the majority of the wiring done. It's close. Let's hope there ain't gonna be any magic smoke today. That'd be very disappointing. Alright, now I need to figure out, I think, PA8, it's going to be fan 0, PA8 fan 0, and just trying to make sure I get this plugged in right. So it's all kind of grounded up on the top of the power, the PCB, the toolhead PCB, so I only have like one wire, and that's going to the, I guess you could say, the signal ground, whatever you want to call it. The fans are powered already. We've got 24 volts going up to the tool head. There's that. So there's my heater fan, or hot end fan, and now we got, this is my part cooling fan, yep. And we could just make it the same length. I should have just left that one loose, a little loose, but we'll make it about the same length. That'll be fine. Last wire from the tool head PCB. I have 5 drivers. You need 4. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That's how they came. Yeah, I only need 4. There's 5 here. Yeah, I probably should have just stayed with the original board. I just wanted to try this board out. I kind of do that sometimes. I see something that looks interesting to me. I've done that a lot with drones. I see like a flight controller board, and it looks really interesting to me, and I'll have a drone built, and I'll tear one completely apart just to test out that board, just to see if I can get it working. I like the challenge. I think that's what it is, really. It's just a challenge of seeing if I can get it all put together and get it working. And that's probably what this is all about. Like I said, I might should have stayed with the little SKR Mini, but the biggest reason why I went with this is because look at all this space I have right here. I mean, that puts my little, my wannabe Pi right there on the controller board. It's already got a little spot made for it, so it's mounted up. So we got an extra driver. One burns up. We just move something over to it. Maybe change something in the configuration. Alright, so there is all that. We'll put one more of these little mounts right here for the wires. Let's clean some of this up. That thing's kind of hanging out everywhere looking crazy. I have to build another printer then since I have a spare driver. Yeah, I have a spare controller board. Actually, I mean, there's probably enough stuff in here to build a whole nother printer, less a frame. I'm not interested in really building another one. I think we'll just see. We'll see how it goes, Nuno. Let's see. Where do I want to put this? I think I want to clean all this up like this. So let's stick this little thing right here. Put us a little zip tie on that. It'll clean that up. Yeah, there's probably enough stuff in here to, between what I've tore off of the Ender 3 motors, controller board, display. There might be enough stuff in here to get another one built. There's even a hot end in here. Yeah, man. Moving right along. There's that. And I think I'll take and put us another zip tie right there. And that's going to look really clean. That's going to look really clean. Ain't going to be nothing dangling and hanging around. If I can get this one through. Might have to clip a zip tie very, very carefully. For sure, those boards are great for saving space. That's why you got a similar one for the V0.2. As you can imagine, you don't have a lot of space on a V0. I bet not. Yeah, like I said, this one just looked really interesting to me because it puts everything all in one spot, and I wouldn't have to maybe had something over here and in there. I mean, it just freed up a lot of space. It seems like to me it cleaned it up really good too. Being very careful, I'm gonna clip this zip tie loose for right now. I'm gonna put a new one in place of it. Don't want to clip any wires. I've done that on the Trident. I don't know if you remember that, but I did. There we go. So that cleaned everything up really nice. That's why I like doing my own wiring. Mike can even do a little something with that, but I think it'll be fine. Currently has a Pi SKR Mini V2, Creality board, and 2 power supplies on it. It's a mess. All right, so hey, we need a heater bed, Nuno. Yeah, we need us a heater bed. I just kind of want to, I always do this on the drones and stuff like that. I'll do like some little initial checks, make sure I don't have anything crossed. Sometimes. So here's my, I don't know if you can see it. I don't have the camera at the right angle. So there's nothing there. Yep. Yeah, we're good as far as that goes. Let's check right here. Yep. Oh, that ain't good. That's not a good sign. Oh yeah, wait a minute. That's my hot end. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? That's going straight to the hot end. It's going to be doing that. Yeah. I think we're good. Yep. Yep, we're good. Let's see. I'm curious. Find me a ground somewhere. Well, no, that ain't gonna work. So you got the Creality board for extra fan ports and such, and the second power supply to power it, and a Raspberry Pi to stop. The stock V0 board is only 150 watts, so it can handle powering the Raspberry Pi. 70 watt heater, 60 watt bed, etc. I hear you. Sounds like a big project. Yeah, we need us a heater bed. Yep. I think that's where we're at. So I'm gonna flip this thing up on its top. See if we can't get us a heater bed put on. Well, for starters, I got to do something that I wanted to do. Let's see here. That should have been loose like that. Didn't realize that was, oh, that is a little top stopper there. That one the same way. Thought I had it seated all the way. Alright. Stock V0 power supply, you mean? I got you. There we are. Yeah, we're ready for a bed assembly. And what I had in mind for my bed, what I'm gonna have to do is, so I got some of these little thumb screws that were used. I had one left over from the Trident, and then in this wiring kit, or not wiring kit, but hardware kit, I wound up getting some more, so those are going to work pretty good for my little standoffs. But what I was wanting to do, kind of wanting to desolder this right here and flip it around the other way, because I don't really want to put tension on these wires like that. And I'm going to have to extend these wires, that they're too short. Now, I even think my thermistor wire is going to be way too short. Yeah, so this is something that I need to tackle as well. But this thing's just going to sit right on there. And I'd like to have this wire, let's see, pull this bed up. Yeah, I need this wire kind of turning and coming back up underneath right here, and then going through the cable chain and going down. And there's not enough, nowhere near enough wire to go in there. And I have newer thermistors in here. So, Nuno, I got a question for you. I actually bought a kit of, or a set of thermistors. And I have a new one right here, and this is the NTC 100. Would you swap that Creality thermistor out with this NTC 100 thermistor? And I got a couple extra ones too. So I'm thinking, I wonder how easy it would be to put this Kapton tape back. Probably take this thermistor off and just stick it, replace it with this NTC. Reverse these wires right here so they come in there. It's super quiet with all the fans. The SKR Mini B2 only has 2 fan ports, unfortunately. Just for the hot end and the park fan. You also have a fan for the Raspberry Pi, and for the boards, 2 fans for the RSCS and another fan for the power supplies. For the bed, it doesn't make much difference. Okay. So I think this right here, the wire that came with this thermistor, though, it's gonna give me the length that I need to get it down to the controller board, and that's why I was kind of considering replacing this one, because I'm pretty sure that this one's going to be like way too short, because it doesn't have nearly the wire. But I need to fire up this soldering iron in my big one, because this is a bigger pad, and this being an aluminum bed, I know it's going to soak up heat really quick. So my little TS100 ain't going to be able to handle a connection like that. So I need to get the bigger soldering iron cranked up and desolder this stuff for sure. So I got bed work to do. If I want to swap it, better to put new Kapton tape. Okay, yeah, so I won't be able to reuse the Kapton tape. That's why I hadn't messed with it, because I wasn't 100% sure. Wasn't 100% sure if the Kapton tape, if I'd be able to stick it back on there. So it sounds like to me that I need to order some Kapton tape. For the tent, the bed gets 2. Those cheap thermistors are enough. Gotcha. Yeah. Are you talking about the thermistor that comes with it, or the one that I got? So this is something that I probably should have already done a long time ago, as I was preparing for this. So I got me some nice stuff to kind of hide my wires inside my Trident with, right here at the back. Maybe something to kind of put inside the back where the wires are coming down later on. I got plenty of that in here after taking it off this printer. Yeah, let's see. I don't know. that's 16 gauge wire there. Only at higher temps like 200C plus, it's better to have a more accurate thermistor. The cheap ones aren't that accurate at those temps. The best ones, the PT100 and PT1000, kept on tape. It's very handy. I should get some. Yeah, and I'm almost sitting here thinking. I probably ought to order some Kapton tape. Go ahead and get this wire flipped. We're pretty much wired in, less our bed here. Like I said, I don't really want to put that bend strain on that like that, and really there's just not enough wire. I don't think there's enough wire to even get it through. Get it through the cable chains like it needs to go. So that might be a... Yeah, I don't think there's enough to get it all the way down to the... That's gonna have to... It'll have to tuck up underneath, go through and around, and it makes it to right there. As far as the factory, or the original Creality stuff here, and even with this thermistor, let's see, putting it through the cable chain. So the thermistor that I have in my hot end is one of these NTC 100s. Did I go with the wrong one? Should I switch that out? This thermistor might be long enough to get to it. You think I should switch that out, Nuno? Yeah, that's not going to make it, I don't think. So I got a little work to do on that. So you don't believe that'd be a good thermistor for the hot end? Yeah, I think it's the NT100 or something like that. I'll look at it just so I find the box. NTC 100K. That's the blown out from the light. Those are the thermistors that I got. I was going to use one for the chamber thermistor in the Trident. So if it's good enough for the bed, that's fine. But if it ain't good enough for the hot end, I'll have to switch that out. So let's see. I think what I need to do is go ahead and get. I got the last little bits of the. You also use those thermistors, but want to get PT1000s for all your printer hot ends. Okay, so that'll be a alright thermistor for it, for my hot end. You think? What's that got to? I'm not even sure what that's for. Got some extra parts. Can't remember what that was for. I don't think I need it. That's okay. So here's what I'm after. We're after this. Go ahead and get our screen. A little screen mounted up here. Yeah. Why does it look like it's upside down? Probably because it is. There we go. But depending on the board, it might not be 100% compatible. Ooh. Didn't know that. I would have thought a thermistor was a thermistor. I didn't know. They need a amplifier or something like that. You don't understand that much of it. If you connect a PT1000 without it, it will be as a Accurate has a generic thermistor. Oh, okay, I got you. So the PT1000s that are those like the sought after thermistors whenever it comes to 3D printing. Those are the most accurate when it comes to the reading of thermistors or whatever. So yeah, it's a nice pretty little screen right here. And I believe this gets 2 heat set inserts there. Does that just thread into plastic? I think so. Let's make sure everything's gonna match up here pretty good. Yes, and they can also get to higher temps. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, this printer right here is not really going to be doing any high temp printing, so it might be alright. Let's see. It had me print a fancy little knob for this, but I don't know if I like it too much. It don't seem like to me it's gonna fit too well. I don't know. I kind of like this little knob right here because it actually lets the LEDs shine through it. Not sure which way to go with that one. Okay, good deal. That's what I was wondering about. Let's see. I need to know what size screws I'm going to need. I think this just threads right into plastic back here, so I'm going to have a look. Might just pull up the tab real quick and have a look at it. Close some of this stuff out. Got things open everywhere. Let's see, when it comes to the display, kind of looking at the, let's see, having a quick look at the user manual here. There we go. So it says LCD screen wiring. You just got EXP1 right there. So does it only get one fine. Yeah. All right. Scene 1. And I'll close this out. And I'm gonna open up CAD. Hopefully it don't glitch me out too bad here. So there's still a lot for me to do to this thing. I need to put the magnet on here. That way we can get our build plate attached. This LCD screen put on. And I'm going to open up FreeCAD. But we're right there. I mean, we are right there. I'm thinking I might ought to go ahead and clean this aluminum up and stick the magnet on for the build plate. We'll go ahead and get our build plate ready. Well, maybe I ought to wait until I get done soldering everything up. So what I'm wanting to look at is, CAD is still like it was, like I left it yesterday. That's part taken out of it. It saved it for some reason. And I just want to see what this needs right here. And that is a M3 by 12. And then for the back side, where it actually attaches, that's an M3 by 12 also. So I have those out. One other thing I did need to check. I don't think it gets any. Just gonna kind of undo something real quick. No, it just threads into plastic. All right. So M3 by 12s, threads into plastic, and then we'll put a couple heat set inserts right here in the top. We'll be able to get this stuck on here. Just real quick, just for reference, I'm gonna look at the back side of this, and that says EXP1, so that's gonna be closest to the side of the board. I have to remember that. We'll plug it in. We'll plug it into our board. Let's get this thing put together. I think I have some M3 by 12s, flat heads. We got a mess going on in here now. M3 by 12 socket heads. Moving right along. One. There we go. So that just threads into plastic is what I'm seeing for that part. So we'll get this LCD put together. Right there having us a printer. Have us a fully rebuilt 3D printer. So close. Because it's threaded into plastic, I'm not trying to force nothing. I don't want to strip anything out. It's kind of weird. I seem to remember putting heat set inserts in the Trident one. Don't want to over tighten. Just trying to pull it together snugly. Snuggly. And we need one more. Pop us a couple heat set inserts in here in the back. We'll get this thing attached to the printer. I'll go ahead and run the I hope those are long enough. It might not make it. Those ribbon cables, they might not make it. Might be in trouble with that one too. There we go. Really nice. There that is. Fits together really good. Put it right here. It's looking a little weird to me. Just making sure I got it good and snug. There we go. Oh yeah. Very nice. Let's go ahead and put some heat set inserts on the top of this. And I need a couple. Right here. See, I need to lay this thing back on its side. Need those here in a bit. That ain't gonna make it. Let's see if I can find a longer one. Hey, you have a good weekend too, Nuno. I appreciate you stopping in and chatting with me uh, and checking us out. I don't know if I even got enough ribbon cable to get to my board here. I'm gonna have to lay this thing on its side. Might have to get me a longer ribbon cable. But yeah, I appreciate you stopping in and hanging out with me and all your valuable information that you share with me all the time. Nuno, you have yourself a good weekend too. I'm probably about to wrap this up. I'm gonna do my build plate and all that stuff probably off stream anyway. We'll get it done. I'll get it wired up, and probably when I come back, I'll be we'll be ready for first moves and all that fun stuff. But yeah, she's pretty much built. It's ready to go. I think so. I think it's about ready to go, Burr. Yeah, we'll see you later, Nuno. Hey, and again, thank you for stopping in, buddy. Oh, we might make it. Sorry about that. Sitting here looking at the ground. Looking at the ground. Putting the display on the front here. Getting it wired in. Probably fixing to wrap it all up. So I actually managed to find a cable that's gonna work for me, hopefully. I may wind up needing to use the reamer kit here. No, that fits good. And it calls for M3x12s, but that's definitely not long enough. That ain't gonna make it to it. No. That ain't gonna make it to it. So we're gonna need something a little bit longer than M3x12s. Right there. Yeah. I did grab M3x12s. Yep. Let's see if I got some M3x16s. Pretty sure I do. Somewhere. Right here. 2 M3x16s. Yeah, that's a lot better. Tough spot. we got a display mounted now. Let's see if it's gonna make it back here. Oh no, it's so close. But it is gonna make it. It's stretched. And I think this is the actual one that came with the Creality board. Or the Creality printer. And it made it just barely. Stretched out the full length of it. There it is. So there that is. Yep. Well, it looks like I got maybe about 3 in here with me. And I think one of them is me just monitoring the stream. So I possibly got 2. And with that, stand this thing back up here. With that being said, I'm probably about to call it. I had enough fun for one day. Still got a lot of work to do, but we're almost ready for first moves. Just trying to fix the angle here a little bit, get a little better perspective. There it is. We're ready for our build plate, and then initial startup checks. So I'm gonna order some Kapton tape. Get the bed wires run down to the board, the bed thermistor, and all that hooked up to the board. Get the magnet put on, and when I come back, we'll be ready to fire this thing up and do the first moves. So for the 3 or the 2 or however many I got in here, I hope you guys or gals or whoever have a good day. And I think that's probably pretty much going to be it for the stream. No magic smoke today. Maybe on the next.